This is a best of 5, Mike Beaston versus Nintendo Hippy. The winner of this goes on to play Admiration in another best of 5 in the semi-finals.
Okay, so the winner of this plays Admiration in the semifinals. So this is technically the quarterfinals now. The next series we're going to see is Rock Generation EOD Seb, and then they're going to face off in that semifinals against Almirante. Correct?
That is correct. And then the winner of the semi-finals obviously will be meeting each other in the grand finals, which is a best of 7. Those two that make it to the grand finals will be guaranteed a cash prize. The winner will be getting $800 and the loser will be getting $200.
And again, guys, whoever this is for all the marbles here. This is for no more arguably the top player. We haven't seen these kind of matchups in quite some time. We haven't seen these consistently throughout everything. Now we have all the best players who want to be here are here today. And all of this money came from a fantastic donator to try to solidify who is the best player in Halo Wars 2. Again, this is the elimination round, technically quarterfinals. We're going to see Mike Beaston versus Nintendo Hippy. Mike is sitting at 2 and 3, 2 losses for the day, and 2 wins for the day and 3 losses, as he's going to get 2-0'd by Almirante in that group stage, as we just watched. I have no idea how Hippy did on his side of the bracket.
Hippy beat Admiration once, and then lost twice to Admiration and twice to Rock, so he's currently 1 for 4 in the tournament.
Yeah, so both players have played an even amount of games. Obviously, they played two different calibers of players here. But let's see how these two stack up against. Again, both these players on PC and both these players are on keyboard and mouse.
We're seeing this a lot. Arbiter and Shipmaster very popular in this tournament, and everybody keeps telling me Arbiter isn't broken, but here we are.
Again, I don't know if we're going to see Mike attempt this node strat once more, and didn't work out for him in the last game where he lost all of his minis to Almirante in a ship mirror. But we'll see how he does against Nintendo Hippy here.
Hades.
Eat well this night, we're going to die in Hades. Didn't it die in hell? Thank you, Wheezy, for the $90. Appreciate it. So over on the blue, Hippy, we have him opening double grunt, double supply pad. And I think Mike did the same as well. We're probably going to be seeing this matchup a lot in these tournament series. I've already seen it at least 3 times already today. Elite Grunts and Cloak just proving to be the meta right now.
Yeah, definitely. And Mike's already learned his lesson. He's not out of position. His bathing is a little better today. It's a little more standard. Got 2 grunts up front for vision to see if anything's going to overextend and take his minis. And he's got grunts postured up to immediately take his minis off to the side as he builds a Gen 3rd.
Yep, over on the other side, Nintendo Hippy, he has Gen 3rd, hasn't picked up any of his minis yet, but he didn't just experience what Mike experienced by losing all of his minis early on, and he's slapping down a second generator. That generator's going to be 5th while he upgrades his first. No early aggression from either player to try and contest these resources in the middle, very passive.
Right, and again, both of these players, when you see this matchup, it's just to the Ranger fight, correct? You know, you want to see who can get the most Rangers as fast as they can. And we're seeing that second gen already coming down from Nintendo Hippy. The only difference is both these players get a drop on T2, but one is completely different than the other. The Shipmaster is going to get those beefy vetted units along with the Engis. And Arbiter is going to get a nice base damage drop that's going to proc Conduit for him.
Yeah, and we saw how well Almirante used that on the Vault game you casted versus Mike, completely stripping his base constantly over and over. So 2 different situations where these drops can be used. Obviously the Enforcers, if they can backdoor sneak around onto a base, they're going to do a lot of damage before you can react, which we might see Mike take Extract just for that scenario where that might happen, since he has already experienced it against Almirante as well.
Yep, and then so it looks like we're seeing active camo coming out of Mike here. He's just finished that, upgrading that now, and both players trying to naturally path here to try to take the node. Mike's going to grab that node underneath Hippy's nose there. He's going to try to overextend and take his natural. Nothing you can do about the cloak just yet. But again, both these players trying to posture up to get into T2. Second gen is already set for Mike on the back end there. Floating 400 yellow here. But again, we're going to see them both try to get into T2. It looks like Hippy's about halfway there.
Yeah, so Hippy now gets cloaked Grunt as well in the middle of the map, but Mike has all of the power nodes. Both players have no detect. I was just looking at the poll then, but it looks like bits were turned on and channel points, so the poll is a bit fake, but Hippy did win it 17 votes for 7, despite the fake vote. But we'll see how that plays out. Hippy can now start going cloak and taking some of these power nodes back, because they're so important, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, Mike tried to fluff his yellow a little bit there, but it wasn't going to pay off. Hippy's ahead in the yellow department. He's going to be behind, a little bit behind in the population here. But again, Mike just got off playing and got punished playing Almirante, so hopefully he steps up his gameplay here. I'm sure Nintendo Hippy's probably not as warm as Mike, because Mike just got out of that game and out of that series and lost. But it's going to be a lot of stamina today. We're playing against some big dogs, against some big players, and again, any little mistake will snowball out of control. They got a lot to keep up with on these maps.
Okay, so we got Hippy going Tech 2, 10 seconds ahead of Mike Beaston here. He has the raid cam already set, waiting for the ranger spam. Mike has not recycled the supply pad for his ranger spam. He's also going Tech 2. And what I don't like about Mike is that he has the generator on the back mini. And when you're against an enforcer drop, that can be really tough.
Yeah, I think it was a last-minute decision. He was floating a lot of blue there for quite some time. But like you said, he's setting down this late raid camp here. You're going to be on the side end, so Nintendo Hippy's postured up a little bit better. But he went in with that game plan as he set that second gen before picking up those minis.
Yeah, Hippy has played this matchup enough today. He played it against, I believe, Admiration and Rock. Definitely elite versus elite, so he knows exactly what to do. He's got the double raid camp down. He's already picking up an expo as well. And still, we're going to see this constant battle for these power nodes throughout this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth. It's the timing of the cloak engagement there when you push that Y ability. But again, we're going to see both these players unfold into T2. Micah bought a third way on the way to a fourth point there. Hippy floating his third point. Again, it's a back and forth here. Hippy's going to opt in for that expansion.
Yeah, we're seeing something different out on Mike. He's actually got one raid camp up, but he's going to Foundry as well. A second raid camp on the mini base, and a third one on the opposite mini base as well.
Yeah, again, it's just that race for the Ranger fight here. And they got to keep the numbers up. Again, he's Shipmaster. He doesn't have any conduit. He's got to take these fights correctly. He's got to time that beam correctly, and he's got to know when to extract at the right time to not get oppressed by that conduit.
Yeah, definitely. Mike picking up that Expo now. It is Marauder and Ranger from him, but I mean, Hippy can just spam a couple of Hunters and shut down the Marauder quite easily. I don't believe he'll be massing them, and there's a beam in the middle. Good splits though.
Yeah, we saw that Powerball come down first, coming out of Hippy to proc the conduit, and that's going to be staggered with the mines there. 46 population versus 52.
Yeah, Hippy cleanly winning that engagement, but Mike does manage to back off with a lot of his army, so he doesn't lose it all. So it's just a small loss for him. Hippy now has his expo. Mike 5 seconds out from building his.
Yeah, he lost 2 groups of Rangers there. He's still holding on to still only on to 6 Rangers here, and he's going to try to push back on up. Again, that's 4th point for Mike. He's saved enough up for the Spirit Assault to see where that 4th point goes down for Hippy, as he's around the corner from that as well.
Both players just going to be building up their armies at the moment. Patiently taking their engagement. Here it is. Here's the Spirit Support coming down for Mike. He's going to lose a lot here before that comes down, though. There's a lot of Rangers from Hippy. As the engagement unfolds, the energy bubbles are so key here. That 40% damage reduction. The stasis at the back, splitting up the army. He's going to deal with the Spirit Support now. This is really looking really rough for Mike.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. That was a great split of the units there. Got to clean up a lot of those units. He walked in with 8 Rangers, and he's still holding 7. Mike's got 7 on the field, but they're not all rallied here.
This feels like a prolonged engagement. Nothing's actually really dying here. We got 60 population versus 46 in favor of Nintendo Hippy. They are both rebuilding in the background as well. But the engineers actually putting in a lot of work that Mike has. But Hippy is now finally going to clean up and be able to push out with these Ranger numbers.
I don't know. There's still 5 Rangers here for Mike.
More coming in as well. Hippie's reinforcements are on the way, and looks like Mike is going to resign.
Are you sure?
I believe so. Yep, there we go.
Yep, Mike's gonna resign that game number 1, and that just looks like that's Mike's his weak point there. We saw him that it was a 3-minute ending versus Almirante, and it just doesn't look like he took that engagement correctly. He kind of wasted that beam. He needed to be able to utilize it in the correct situation. Nintendo Hippy doing a perfect job with that stasis there. We're now going to move on to game number 2, which is going to go down on Frontier. Again, it's a best of 7, no repeat leaders, and no Vortis are the only rules that we basically have going on, aside from the normal, regular, degular, schmegular rules for DCing. But yeah, again, no time limit, no repeats, and no Vortis.
Yeah, Mike seems to do that a lot. He knows when the game's over, he just resigns, saves the time, saves the trouble, move on to the next game.
Yep, and Hippy did a great job there. I mean, Mike overextended a little bit. He was walking into where the production buildings were, but I mean, that stasis split there, taking advantage of the conduit, focusing down the opposite rangers. He's definitely going to win that fight.
Alright, I'm just going to get this bracket on the screen, if it's big enough, just so we can explain it, kind of. Alright guys, the picture's not big enough, so you might not be able to see that, but it is on stream now. It's not a double elimination, so we got groups of 3, which we've just seen and played for your positioning, your placement. You got the semi-finals up at the top there, where Vexido and Almirante are already there, and we're playing the eliminations at the bottom to see who plays them next.
Oh shit. Again, guys, whoever wins this is moving on to semifinals, and it's starting to heat up here as we head into Frontier. Nice small map, a lot of T1 micro, and both of these players opted in for the exact same leader. We're going to see a mirror of a double Consano going down on Frontier.
This is fire.
Whoa.
Who would have thought we would have seen a Consano mirror on Frontier?
Literal fire. Literal fire.
Literal fire.
Literally fire. Okay, let's run it back. Try this again one more time, boys. Who would have thought? And it was just insane to watch. I mean, Almirante played a couple mirrors today against EOD. They both opted in to play against each other as a Trox mirror, and they both opted in to play each other as a ship mirror. We're now seeing the first mirror of these two go at it here. Consano mirror, pathing and opening is all going to be key here on this small map. As we watch Mike open up a Marine, he looks like he's going to split off both of his Marines here to try to pick up the 2 big, large canisters of yellow.
Yeah, so we got Nintendo Hippy actually opting in for the Jackrabbit, so we can already kind of guess how these players are going to play out Tech 1 here. Hippy most likely going to be building Jackrabbits, possibly, just because of the Jackrabbit opener, and Mike with a Marine upper might be going into a barracks, grenades, flamers, Marine, sniper, cannonball.
Right, and neither of them are a wrong way to play. Again, we're watching these top caliber players showing us how to play. All of the knowledge is on the floor, so everybody should know exactly what's going on here. But again, it just comes down to how the engagements are taken, especially with these early fights.
Yeah, so Mike does path both of his starting Marines to the side powers. Is met by Nintendo Hippy's Jackrabbit, but Mike is going to be able to secure all of the right side power bundle, his own middle power bundle, and should be able to get most of the left bundle as well shared with the Jackrabbit.
All right, we didn't see that double Marine open for Mike, so his natural gas up front is still exposed there. If Nintendo Hippy does the math here, Mike's going to pick up his first mini there. He's going to posture up to take that next back mini there. Curious to see what he's going to put down on this 5th slot.
Yeah, he hasn't picked up the central power, as you mentioned, picking up his back mini now, and he did open, he did go into a Jackrabbit next. So he did open Marine, but his next unit was a Jackrabbit, so still waiting to see what these players are going to be doing here. I imagine it's going to be rabbit on rabbit.
Yeah, I was curious to see what Mike was going to do. Maybe if he took a page out of Almi's book and try to do the heat of battle and kind of the the broken leader power that they've corrected to try to see if that works out with the nades.
Hell charge.
Yeah, hell charge.
The broken power. Yeah, so Hippy now going to be building another rabbit. Neither player has any production. They do have 3 mini bases each. And Mike already getting support drone. So he's only got 1 rabbit out on the map, but he has support drone already. And that is really early due to that the power pickup he got. But Hippy's not far away, and he does have rabbit numbers now.
Yeah, it's 18 population versus 18 population, but it's going to come down again in these fights. We're going to see if they're going to go for hell drop, how they split these armies, and how they to micro these rabbits to be able to auto cancel and shoot.
Both on mouse and keyboard, so it does make that a lot easier than controller.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see if they're going to take the Mighty Hoax approach and just vroom vroom drive to where their opponent's not, or if they're going to go heads up in fights here.
Let's face it. Nobody's going to be taking the Mighty Hoax approach in this game, or this tournament for that matter. But Hippy does have 4 rabbits. Support drone comes in as he pushes the double minion Mike. Mike behind on population right now. Still building.
Yeah, got that upgrade a little bit earlier, but let's see if that was worth it. Here's the first engagement here.
He's got a rabbit coming out that can be picked off if Hippy's aware. So he's going to try and chase it down. No, too fast.
Too furious. Drive where you're not. Yeah,
nope.
39 population versus 39. It's just verbatim, back and forth here. A little bit of a different open from each side, but it's definitely very close in population and builds here. The first mistake we see, the other player's going to capitalize on it. We're going to watch that unfold here.
Yeah, we've seen it in the groups as well. First engagement can be over like that. Hell Shard goes down for Nintendo Hippy. A lot of explosions, but Mike is splitting well. He actually opted in for the Hell Drop, going to catch 2 of the Jackrabbits there, but that's not going to help him because he's on the back foot. That's just going to kind of cancel out the Hell Shard, and Mike didn't lose too much.
It was a good way to split some of those units and kind of waste some of that hell charge. He's got to keep his units away. And here's the micro. This is where he needed the hell drop right here.
Still active right now. Still chasing the army, but obviously the visual effect does wear off due to a glitch with 343's files.
Wow, and Nintendo Hippy leading the population lead 45 out of 30. And Mike is slowly, like I said, as soon as you make that one mistake, and we saw it with the hell drop there, the other player is definitely going to capitalize on it.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for Mike right now. As we said in the groups before we got cut off by that big engagement, the Tech 1 engagements like this, you lose it, that's it. There's no coming back from that against a player of this caliber.
Yeah, 48 versus 36. Mike's got to play a little bit of defense here. He's going to relinquish some map control. He did get 1 node out of there. Doesn't have a second generator, so every dollar is being sent to try to match these rabbits here. Hippy's going to push them back all the way to his home base.
Yeah, Mike ain't gone into a head-on engagement yet. It's just kind of both been kiting, so he's not losing too much, but he is losing slowly. Hippy now with 54 population to 45. Looks like Mike might be possibly pushing up onto the main. His cursor did go over there. Nobody swapped to a second generator yet.
He's just getting a scout with his Marine to see if that second generator is set, but both these players, again, are just going to spam their eyeballs out of rabbits and try to keep these numbers, because it just takes one good engagement with this heat of battle, and Mike's wasted.
There's the engagement go down again. 60 population to 42. Mike dropping really quickly, but there is a nice drop turret coming down on the army. And what did Hippy opt for? Mike has hell drop back as well. Could help him in this engagement. Actually cleaning up quite a lot of Hippy's jackrabbits there.
45 versus 45 population, but Mike burnt. He does have a hell drop in pocket, but we do know that Hippy does have that hell charge. Don't know if he went hell charge too. I'm curious to see what he went.
Oh, here's the push up to the main base. That Marine at the back on whole ground has almost killed the supply pad. There is 1 turret on the base. Mike actually has second thoughts about pushing this. It looks like he's just luring Hippy in.
Mike's overextended here. He's in a really bad spot here.
He was stuck between a turret and a bunch of rabbits, but he's going to be picking off some more reinforcements of Hippy. And Mike now actually takes the population lead. There's no turret on Mike's main base, and Hippy's pushing up to it right now. Vroom, vroom.
Drive to where he's not. Shout out to Mighty Hawks. Here we go, boys. Turn it up.
Here's the drive-by onto Mike's base. He should have known that he needed a turret. He's way out of position. He has to go all the way back because Hippy does have a turret on his main base, and he's going to lose a gen here.
I don't know. He's right around the corner and should be able to possibly save it. Don't know if Hippy's going to sacrifice his numbers for 1 generator, but Mike's
he's got hell drop in the bag. He has hell drop in the bag as well. Can eat him in the choke point, but that generator is going to fall. And there's a hell charge.
God.
All of these harvesters are upgraded for Mike as well. The delayed tech too.
And you gotta love the thought process out of Hippy on that one. Look at that. Knew he was gonna get that generator. If he's gonna sack his population, he's gonna take Mike's with him.
Not only that, but Hippy just queued up, just got tech 2 actually. He just got tech 2, and Mike has no power income to be able to get it right now.
Mike is ahead on points, and these hogs might save, but again, it is a mirror, so they both get hogs on 4th point. Mike's got to make a play here.
He's got to do something. Hippy has the nerd. 1 nerd to 0. Even on mini bases. Hippy has tech 2. He's got the air pad coming up.
Yeah, a couple of Hornets can completely change the tide here. Mike is nowhere near T2. He's going to have to switch into Marines, but we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, that gen loss really hurt him because he was on the brink of getting tech 2 actually, but now he's got to rebuild the gen, upgrade the gen as well. He has a second generator on the mini base to the right. Is Mike playing Mexican strats? Generators on minis for the last 2 games.
It's desperate timing. It's just, you know, he's got to put it somewhere, but he's not really fully thinking about the outcome and how this work out. You're playing against Arbiter, you're playing against Cansano, you know drops are inbound.
Yeah, the harassment from Arbiter and Cansano is insane, so putting a gen on the mini is definitely risky, but now we have a push-up by Mike onto all the track efforts. Actually killing a lot of rabbits there. Hippy down to 29 population from that push.
Yeah, but he's got a T2, he's got those Hornets in the sky, and that's going to be the issue for Mike here.
Got the Hornets.
Mike's got to keep the... Oof, nice 4th point drop out of Mike, changing the tide here. 51 population versus 28.
Yeah, he's killing a lot, and this amount of rabbits and these hogs can't deal with these early numbers of Hornets. Mike just needs tech 2 desperately right now. He's spamming Marines to be able to, like, soft counter them.
Yeah, soft counter them, give him some map controller, try to take these nodes, and again, try to get into T2. Does have that first generator upgraded there. Let's take a look at the second one. The second one is finally upgraded here. But he's just got to beware. He's finally smart and put up a turret there. He does know he got punished for not having one earlier, but he's not going to let Hippy have this map control.
Yeah, so he's taken down the mini base. Mike now queued up tech 2. Oh no, he hasn't. He's gotten 150 power over actually. Yeah, actually queuing that up. There is the missed hog drop from Hippy. And there's a drop turret from Mike as well. Going to catch one of the hogs at least. Should be able to clear up this hog drop though. The ram's going to be going in.
And that's massive. That is massive. $800 down the drain there. Again, the Hornets are still in the sky. These Marines just got to rally. And they got to take advantage of that that heat of battle.
Yeah, Mike gets into tech 2. Going to see probably some early Wolverines, possibly. Shut down these Hornets. There is a lot of Hornets out now. Hippy's still committing strong to the double Apex. Double air pad.
Yeah, that's a great recover from Mike, but he's got to hang on to these units here. These are great fodder to be able to let the counter units do their work. Just can't lose too much population and relinquish map control.
Yeah, he's just pushing the Hornets, but he can't really fight it. This heat of battle Hornets putting in a lot of work. Now the Hell Charge as well. A huge buff. He's going to clean up here. He's going to clean up all of these Hornets.
Mike's too far from 5th point. He was trying to save up, but he's doing the math there, and just like
once again, Mike Beaston 2-0 down in this series.
And this is what we wanted to see. It's always been these conversations in text and in chat and you know, but amongst each other on streams on who's the best player. We've seen Mike perform 3 years ago. We're now seeing him 3 years later, and he's losing games left and right. Like I said, all of the knowledge is out of the bag. A lot of these players know the matchups, they know the builds, they know exactly what to do. And, you know, Nintendo Hippy is now sitting 2-0 against the infamous Mike Beaston. We're going to switch on over to map number 3 here. That's going to be Vault. Nice big map. Last time Mike had a map like this, he played 40 minutes against an Arbiter. See what the choices are going to pan out here.
Yeah, and Hippy proving he is no pushover. I mean, he kind of got dominated in the groups by Admiration and Rock, but proving right now he's better than Mike. 2-0. Up in this best of 5, 1 game away from moving to the semifinals.
And I never hold my breath when I watch Nintendo Hippy. There's always some type of issue. We see him show up on random tournaments and plays 110%, and that's exactly I think what we're getting here today. We're not getting a 70% Nintendo Hippy, a 60% Nintendo Hippy. I think he's at least at 100% here, playing very, very well. especially against a big name like Mike Beaston.
Yeah, he's not drunk today. The Scottish love their alcohol, and we're going to be seeing Yap Yap coming out from Hippy, and actually Captain Carr going to be coming out from Mike Beaston. Resign always at the start. I was going to say,
we're following the DC rules. Under 30 seconds, we'll get this thing going right back on up. Thank God we're all on PC and no one's on Xbox. Speaking of PC and Xbox, if you guys are enjoying the content, go ahead and hit the exclamation point donate down below. If you want to hit Liam with a sub or check out my channel, all of those commands can be typed in the chat down below. And if you're interested in the bracket, again, technically these are the quarterfinals. It is an elimination round. Whoever wins this is going to match up against Admiration in the semifinals, and then we're going to watch Rock and EOD duke it out, and they're going to face off against Almirante.
And this is going to be very interesting if Hippy wins this series. So the way Admiration and Hippy's first series went in the groups, Hippy won game 1, and then he had a DC in game 2, which we chose to replay. But if that would have played out, so Hippy played Vol as Decimus, he had Warlord and Grunts with Mines against a Forge Hog and upgraded Jackrabbit, so any engagement there would have gone in Hippy's favour. So it was unfortunate for him to DC, because the second game played out completely different.
And that's usually how it goes, right? Kind of learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of free redo over for both players, because they both changed their strategies in that game.
Yeah, but you can't fault anybody for that, especially if they're going to opt in for the replay. I mean, if Vex wanted to take his win, he definitely would have. So definitely learned from his mistake and was probably able to close that one on out. But as we watched Mike Beaston open up a double supply pad here, normally we've seen him play Forge all day on Vault. He switched things up just a little bit, and he's opted in for Cutter.
Opted in for Cutter. Just one thing I do want to say, if any of you guys do want to donate to third place, if you feel third place does deserve a prize for giving you these games, these high level games, please feel free to donate to third place in particular, because first place is already $800, second place $200. I'm sure the player who finishes third would appreciate it for dedicating his time to the tournament today.
Who made up the split?
Me and Edge. We were gonna do 1,000 to the winner.
I wanted that, yeah.
Because if you're not first, you're last.
Exactly, yeah. You either wasted your time or you didn't.
But here we are, Nintendo Hippy on the brink of knocking out Mike Beaston in this tournament. Vault's always a slow start. You generally see a lot of resource gather early on. Already 2 single minis actually from Nintendo Hippy. 3 single minis picking up with that generator Ford.
Yeah, we're seeing a Council 5th for Mike. He does usually expect a lot of overbuys. He does compensate that with the racks, but again, that was with Forge, and he was trying to rush his leader points to be able to get into that Kodiak drop and position himself to be able to take the map control back. But now he's Cutter. It plays a little bit different, and it's just astounding to see that these matchups, we kind of expect one player to do better than the other, but I mean, Almirante, goofed Mike up in that second game, and now he's switching over to Hippy. He's playing a little bit more standard, so it's just crazy to see how these players match up with each other, and then the head games that go into it.
Yeah, I think against Yap, you expect to lose mini bases, you expect to get less mini bases. I like what Mike's doing with the Armory 5th and also picking up the double mini base, so he can focus his defense and his attention in one place, rather than trying to defend all over the map on all of these mini bases, because that does give Yap the advantage. With Cutter, you want to group up your army, build it up, and then you can pretty much steamroll Yap on Tech 1.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like Hippy's trying to account for that. He's opting in for choppers. I don't know if that's the best play, but it doesn't look like he wanted to utilize any wagons in this gameplay. It just looks like it's going to be the standard double mine, chopper stun, and just try to get some map control.
Yeah, I think Yap just got to get into Tech 2 as quickly as possible against Cutter. Choppers don't really fare too well against Spartan with mass marines and grenades.
Yep, and that Spartan mine, I mean, you get caught with one good slam, and
that's it.
You just set yourself back, and there's nothing you can defend for. Especially with that nerf with the turrets no longer stunning, you can't really come back or steamroll against UNSC players as hard as Yap was able to before.
Yeah, you're never going to be able to get that mine and turret stun combo anymore due to that fact. So it can be really tough for Yap in the early game, but he does scale really well. He just has to survive till then. And obviously the ODST Spartan Slam I don't think he would have gone Lotus Mine, but definitely the ODST and Spartan Slam will come in and change the engagement completely around.
And I'm surprised to see Hippy overextend a little bit here. He looks like he wanted to take the node, but he does catch that, putting a little bit of pressure on that side mini. And Hippy's just got to be very careful when he takes this engagement. He's trying to group up his choppers here. Looks like we got about 8, well actually 10 choppers soaring in the center here. But again, he's far away from third point. And Mike is coming around the corner here for third point.
Yeah, Mike doing a good job picking up the nodes. He has the second generator coming up on his main base. Hippy does not, because he's going solely for that chopper spam. And I don't know how well this is going to work out for him. He's picking off a couple of Marines on the hill up here, but a big engagement against that Spartan and the Marines is going to be really tough.
Yeah, look at Mike posturing perfectly. He's saving up for his ODST.
Here we go.
He's right here in the middle. It's right around the corner. Seeing a couple Rams come down. Mike's not overcommitting it, not burning the stun. Double mine comes down, full stuns come in. Let's see how this pans out.
There's the Rams. He hasn't used his Spartan Slam. The ODST is about to come up. He's saving up for it. He's just got the point. This could be the engagement changer right here. The ODST comes down. He drops his mines. He Spartan Slams on top. He catches everything. But is he going to enough? Are they going to detonate? He's going to kill a few. Couple of choppers got that. I'm surprised at how little damage that did to those choppers. Normally it wipes them immediately, but a grenade thrower comes in just in time as well, and Hippy, losing a lot of choppers, has to back out.
Yeah,
Spartan lives.
Versus 43 population, and that's the engagement that Mike wanted. Defended his double mini, didn't lose too much of a population, and he's going to watch Chippy run away as he tries to get into T2. Mike's got to take advantage of this time frame and take all of these nodes, and not a lot to allow Yap Yap to be able to catch on up in the power department.
I don't like the engagement Hippy's trying to take now. We kind of just got caught out of position again. They're losing another 2 choppers. This is looking actually really tough for him. He can't build Suis. We got harassment on his minis from Flamers. He can't fight this army. If the army pushes his main base, he's pretty screwed.
Yeah, like I said, he got to take it correctly. He's got to play enough defense to be able to get into T2. Mike's got to take advantage of that time frame, take map control, possibly get an expansion here since it's such a large map. But Hippy's coming right back on in.
Turret constructed.
About to be the 4th power node for Mike. He picks up the double mini that Hippy neglected to pick up as well. This is looking really good for him.
We followed the instructions to assemble the power extractor, but why do we
That second gen has come up on the main base for Hippy now. Can get that extra power. He's not far away from Tech 2. Mike already in Tech 2 though.
Yep.
He's saving up for combat tech.
Yeah, he's got 54 population. He's being challenged back and forth with these choppers top mid. He's got 4 nodes. That's 4th point for Hippy. The only thing that Mike has to worry about is that drop back at home, and he's trying to posture up with some turrets.
Huge slam!
Holy cow! It's countered by the mines and stuns as well. Beam's coming down.
Great mine, great beam. The ODST mines are there as well. The choppers are just sat still. He has to cancel the beam. What a huge engagement, and the players losing pretty much half of their population there, but the Spartan is still alive. The Spartan still has shield. I didn't see any grenade for us come off.
And that's going to be GG. That's going to wrap it up there.
No. Don't tell me Mike resigned.
No,
Hippy resigned.
Yeah, no, Hippy resigned. There's nothing. He wasn't intact. He upgraded all of his supply pads. The only thing he can keep doing is keep pumping.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just used to Mike resigning now when a big engagement goes down. Okay.
Oh fuck that.
I mean,
Yikes.
Mike uses these auto hotkeys, right? So I bet he has like a button for resign, and he might have accidentally pressed it after that engagement. And
who knows, man?
I just jumped. That's just my first thought straight to it. Mike resigned. That's it.
These OP fucking PC players, man. We're watching them unfold here as Mike is bringing back the energy, bringing the series back to 2-1 in his best of 5. He's on the ropes here. Gonna head on over for game number 4 here. It's gonna go down on Rift. And if Mike wins this one to take it to game 5, it's gonna go down on Mirages. For all the marbles here, either one of these players is going to be knocked out. There is no losers bracket. So I mean, Hippy's got to close it out. He's got to do something massive. Yap Yap was a great pick on Vault.
I think this is an RB pick from Mike. Shape of Sickness, thank you for the follow. Moosey, thank you for the bits. And Wheezy again, thank you for that donation.
Wow.
Forge, okay. Forge versus
so we saw Hippy take advantage of RB on Bedrock. He's now switching over to an identical leader. That's going to be Shipmaster.
This is really interesting because like it's Mike's possible final game. I would have expected an Arbiter because he played Ship on the Bedrock game, but I think Ship just runs Forge over here. on that 4-point drop. The Forge Hog with the recent nerf to its shield and health on Tech 2. A couple of hunters literally shut it down, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Nintendo Hippy opening up massive amount of grunts here, posturing up to take all of his resources out front. But again, I wonder how Mike's going to deal with this cloak, because it is inevitable coming out of the Shipmaster, especially on a nice large map like this.
Remember, that's why he opted for UNSC, so he could get snipers out to be able to see it and control the nodes. I don't know, but Forge has a very good economy. If any UNSC player can beat a Banished on this map, it's going to be Forge.
Yeah,
he's already played Cutter.
I love watching Mike's Forge. He loves to play for that infantry Forge, supported by the Kodiaks, and then the Grizzlies towards the end, with some dispersion and possibly some stanchion on the later end. Mike looks like he's goofing up a little bit here. He's out of position to take his mini there on his back end there. He did open up a Gen 3rd, but it looks like he's microing off to the side as he challenges, or as he tries to get his natural wing of gas on the back end.
Yeah, we generally see a Banished try and mini-steal a UNSC on this map, so that's why he opted for Gen 3rd rather than the usual Gen 2nd from Forge, just to be able to have enough blue to be able to pick that up. And we do have the barracks going down 5th for Mike Beaston.
Yes, like you said, it's going to be barracks 5th here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's been playing the same way. He usually does this on Vault. Going to open up Marine snipes, a couple of flamers, going to push on up, try to contest 4 of those nodes. He loves T1, but it's just that T2 transition. Let's see if he can keep up with the Ranger spam that Shipmaster is inevitably going to have.
Yeah, that's what he's aiming for. That's what all ships aim for. Hippy already has the 2nd gen. Oh, that is being scouted, by the way, right now.
Yeah, that's great information for Mike here. I mean, that gives him free reign to try to take this map. He knows the cheesy cloak is coming up. He's already got the snipers being queued here. He's just got to work on it now.
Yeah, there is snipers. But did he go cloak? Because he's not picked up any power nodes yet. He's upgrading the 2nd gen. We might see cloak come through after that, or he might not opt for it because he knows he's against the UNSC. He knows there's going to be snipers out. He got the scout on the barracks as well, so there's no point in wasting the 300 for nothing. He's got a raid camp coming up, preparing for suicides.
And Mike's got this down to a T. He's upgrading all of his pads. He really wants to push that 4th point. That's where he's going to shine the strongest with the Kodiak support on 4th. I just don't know how that's going to fare against that Spirit support and tons of Rangers that are going to be popping out.
Yeah, I mean, even a scatter bomb or any nuke in general against engineers, 40% damage reduction with that shield, kind of makes it lackluster.
Mike working on his first node here. Gonna start bounding towards the center. Hippy is 30 power from being into T2. He keeps clicking on Mike's base to see if he's in T2. Mike's actually opting in for an expansion here. Hippy's playing it very safe. He's got all of his units at home. He needs all the grunts that he can to act as fodder to help support these Rangers. He has queued up T2. He's 20 seconds out with the raid camp already set down.
Yeah, Mike again with the double gen on the back mini, so the 2nd gen on the back mini. Hippy only 12 seconds out from Tech 2. Mike knows he's not going to beat the Shipmaster to Tech, so he's going to be picking up a safe expert. He knows Hippy can't push him yet, so he might as well get that up and built while he can.
Yeah, and then now it's just battle for the nodes. Hippy's just going to take advantage of the downtime. Going to come take his first node. Doesn't want to fully extend out yet. Surprised we haven't seen an expansion set down, but it looks like he's just going to all in for these Rangers as the 2nd raid camp is being set down on his main.
Yep, same build we'll see him do with the Arbiter on Bedrock. Early raid camp, 2nd raid camp on the base. Probably going to get an expansion with an Apex on. And basically do the same push, but this time he's going to have a Spirit support on 4th rather than the Enforcer drop.
Yeah, Mike's gonna sit on 3 nodes here. Let's see how this unfolds here. This is coming up to this big engagement here. His 3rd point's gonna pop in. Scatter's in the pocket. Let's see if he tries to dwindle down some of this population. He knows that front expansion hasn't been taken. He hasn't quite checked for the side yet. But Hippy's gonna finally challenge for the nodes here.
Yeah, both players just playing a really patient game right now, trying to play for their win condition, I guess. We got the Armory and the Barracks coming up on the Expo for Mike. As he hits Tech 2, he has a 2nd Barracks as well, so... Foundry, maybe some Kodiaks on this map. I don't think we'll be seeing Hogs. We could build a couple to sweep these mini bases, but aside from that, Mike playing mainly infantry, probably with a Kodiak support.
I just want to point out, look at this grunt behind Mike's base. Mike doesn't know it's there, but Hippy can see everything on that back end.
That's the vision of Red. Really good scout, because there's no watchtower. The watchtower is coming up now, though, so he'll be able to see it.
Forge Hog, 17 seconds out. Looks like Hippy wants to push up here a little bit. Still floating that third point. Hasn't committed to the beam, but that's most likely what it's going to be. A couple of Rangers on point here. And here's that first engagement.
Yeah, small push by Hippy. Backs out, sees the snipers. Speaking of scouts, Mike does have a Jackrabbit in a very good location behind Hippy's base, because that is not normally a place that players would check. And he also has a scout on the other expansion as well, if he decides to take that. But it looks like the nodes have swapped hands. 2 power nodes to 1 in favour of Hippy.
Mike is just sitting here soaring back and forth. Take the nodes. He's got nothing else to do until that 4th point. Cannot overcommit. He's got Gales and Hogs working. It looks like he's going to try to set up here for maybe a reinforcements here pretty soon. Sitting at 76 population. And again, he's trying to push on this 4th point. He wants the Kodiaks in the back pocket to do a lot of that splash damage. Does a ton of damage to infantry, and you can have that Forge Hog up front to soak up some of the damage while his counter units kind of do
Dispersion nozzle has been researched as Mike pushes up to the Expo, and the Expo does have an Apex on, as mentioned earlier. Good anvil round, not the best he could have got it in the middle of the army, but he's going to weaken a couple of grunts there. 74 population versus 73.
There it is.
Good split.
He's going to lose that sniper.
Oh, there's scar bomb on the army. He has forced to cancel the beam, but he's going to split out of it. Kind of missed. Doesn't look like he had enough vision for it, and this Expert is being upgraded.
I don't know if this is the fight that Mike wants to take here. Not everything is... He doesn't have all of his tools that he usually has. A lot of Rangers here doing a lot of damage. I know it's going to clear up some of his population, but he needs time to set down those Kodiaks before he can push on in.
He has the blue for it. He's just backing off now.
Yeah, they didn't have the population. It should be able to be set down now.
Just gets the point, yeah, on the population. There we go. They're coming down out the back. Going to be in vision of the base. Hippy possibly going to go for a shield gen. There we go. He has just got enough for it. Shield gen out the back. Has the third generator on the main base as well. Has 3 power nodes. 2 power nodes. He hasn't collected the third one, despite having a grunt on whole ground next to it.
Yeah, Mike's got Wolverines coming on out. Like again, he hasn't opted in for the grenade throw or the combat tech, so it's not a full T1 push here, but this is what he was setting up for. This is what he likes to do. The infantry push coming out of Forge with the Kodiaks on the background, but these engineers are prevailing here as they're healing up the main.
Yeah, the shield's not far away either, so Hippy has 8 seconds till he can sit comfortably under his shield, but I think the Kodiaks will drop the shield pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Yes.
the only thing he has in pocket is an extract. Like again, the beam and scatter have already been utilized.
Good anvil round just before the shield comes up is going to hit most of that army. Now he just needs to drop the shield, because you can't really fight counter units under a shield. You will lose everything before you manage to get anything done. Got
Yeah, the issue is just vision. He's got to keep poking and prodding here. He's got to set down a couple of smokes to be able to keep the vision and stop the damage.
Do have the Marine in the garrison, which Hippy is going to clear out. That's going to deny the vision.
Oh god.
Here comes the spirit support. The smoke's going down. This army is quite weak. Oh, Kodiak shred a lot of units there for Hippy. Forchok has lost his shield.
Yeah, he's trying to focus the hog there, but Mike's doing a great job microing everything around. He smoked in the perfect spots to stop the army from pushing up, got rid of the shroud there, and now he can just sit here and bully with the dispersion against these counter units.
Yeah, the Forchok goes down during this engagement, but he's got a lot of Nightingales here. The Kodiaks are too close to actually deal with this army right now. But Mike burning everything alive. Dispersion nozzle OP.
45 versus 76 population.
Literally melting everything. If you can kill that hunter, the Kodiak's going to keep alive. He can push this base.
Yeah, the shield is back on up, but again, that Kodiak is what the splash, I mean, the damage that he needs to be able to pop this shield. And this is so hard for Unity. It's so annoying. I mean, Vulture's made a little bit of a difference, but still in this T2 engagement is the hardest thing to push is these shields.
Yep, shield's about to drop. Mike has a healthy population, 74 to 56. Hippy's still regrouping his units, to be honest. It's not all here. Mike say he has 50 population, but I do not see it.
Yeah, Mike has 78 population. It's all in tow right here, right behind the leader. He should be able to increase his reinforcements here. Vehicle drops back up. Scatter bomb is back on up.
Got a Shroud coming out, but Wolverine's going to take that down pretty quickly while the Dispersion Nozzle is melting through these Rangers for Hippy.
Yeah, and this is really bad for Hippy. He needed to hang on to these counter units, but he's losing them left and right. Perfect amount of units for everything for Mike here.
And Mike's saving up for the Grizzly drop now as well.
Yeah, he's got to increase that population though to be able to definitely solidify this game.
Can go tech free if he wants to. I would prefer him to get reinforcements and just close out with a Grizzly drop. But Beam going to be coming down. Good splits again by Mike. Going to be losing a Wolverine and Nightingale. But nothing major.
Yeah, Marina Nightingale, and he's going to pick that Shroud as it came on out due to the splits. But the Gale's going to keep everything alive here. And that Kodiak drop is so annoying. I'm sure another is going to be set down right now.
Yep, there we go. There it is, right in front of the base. The base is going to fall, and we might see Hippy resign here. I don't think he can defend this.
Yeah, even with a nice displace, there's nothing he can do.
Wolverine receiving fire from ground troops. Over.
Everything going to be recycled on the Expo as Hippy's forced back to the shield on his main base. 50 population. But he needs the Hunters to fight the Grizzlies, the Wolverines, the Kodiaks, the Forge-Hog. So he has no Rangers to deal with the Dispersion Nozzle Flamers.
Yeah, none whatsoever. He's really worried about the Kodiaks and the Forge-Hog.
Scarbomb just to break the shield.
Yep.
Spirit support back up. That's going to be coming down immediately. Forge-Hog has lost his shield.
Oh, the Kodiak's here in the fight.
Might just losing population. 3 more units dead, and he can drop the Grizzlies. Forge-Hog goes down.
Kind of needed that for the defense aura for these Grizzlies to
There it is.
posture up.
Grizzly drop on top. Should be game
They
over.
spawn.
Gonna extract to the main.
And that's going to be the T3 upgrade for the Forge Hog. Oh, he got displaced out in the middle of the map. No beam to follow up. He's got to protect those Kodiaks. He's got a Sauron back there.
Yeah, it was kind of a desperation beam. He just needed to get Mike out of there, let his shield come back up. He picked off one Kodiak, won't be able to kill the rest.
Yeah, Forge Hog's coming back on out. Is in T3. Mike's bank's hurting a little bit, but so is Hippy's. Hippy's stuck on one base. He's got 1 point of production. He's got 2 minis in the backside there. He's trying to pump some grunts in between to deal with the Gales. So, again, this is, like you said, it is a desperation push.
Mike just sat down there now, taking shots from the high ground. Going to get his Kodiaks to back off. Hippy going to try and sneak a base to the left. Hopefully Mike doesn't let him get that.
And this is where I do like the auto resign button that Mike has that Hippy doesn't.
Oh, there we go. They all have auto resigns now. So that should be the series being tied up at 2-2. Mike Beaston on for a reverse sweep.
Yeah, we saw his weakness, and that's going to be the kind of the some of the mirrors and maybe the cloak matchups against each other. But when caught in the right position there, Mike's going to bring it back 2-2. We are going to go for a game number 5, and that's going to go down on Mirage. Again, both these players on the playing canal. Mike doing a great job bringing that energy back. This fatigue should be hitting in pretty soon. He does need a break before he gets into that semifinals match against his buddy old pal.
Remember, after this, we're going to be seeing Rock Generation take on EOD. And EOD actually took a game off Mike Beaston and Almirante in their series. So he wasn't far off from qualifying for the winning the group himself, essentially.
Right, the game number 1, when I was watching him, he's just playing so well. But then when it came to 2 and 3, he just fell apart. Especially in some of these decisions and the T1 openers.
Maybe his Xbox was overheating.
I don't know. I mean, I think he's still pretty much solidified as one of the best Xbox players still out there.
Yeah, guys. So
on PC.
Just to know, nobody who does know, EOD is the only Xbox player in this tournament. So yeah, he's regarded as one of the best Xbox players, but Probably the only Xbox player in like the top tier of players now. Everybody has managed to swap to PC over the past 4 years of playing this game. Almirante as well, he even got some big donations for a PC. He's on PC now, and he's performing out of his mind since getting that. So now, game number 5, Mike Beaston vs Hippy. The winner will go through to play Admiration, and we're going to be seeing Cutter versus Atriox. And I favour Cutter here. Let's get some Cutter life in the chat.
Yeah, let's get some Cutter life. Nintendo Hippy is one of the best cutters in the game. I absolutely love watching his cutter. It's absolutely amazing. But we're going to see this pan out here.
Will you be surprised if I tell you he lost to Rock in a cutter mirror on this map?
Oh my god, I would be surprised. I don't know if he's playing his controller.
Wait, in 6 minutes?
I don't know, man. Don't add my hopes up, and we'll see how this unfolds. He's gonna open up a double supply pad and a single Marine. It looks like he's gonna try to challenge for his power. He's not really worried about the minis.
Yeah, Mike going to be opening up Chopper. Does see where his rally point's going at the moment, but he does have the double harvester. He's going to be picking up the blue. He does have the Grunt harassing this power. Chopper might meet him there as well.
Augmented harvester upgrade complete.
Yeah, he's going to harass the power on the UNSC side of the map. That's how he needs the advantage. The Grunt actually going to be stealing the garrison while the Chopper deals with the Marine. Or it should be. He needs to get the garrison. He's kind of caught slipping. No, that's... Oh, he just steals it right in front of him. He's going to lose that Marine. Has to shoot the Sentinels. That's all he can do. Early victory for Mike. But Hippy does pick up both of his mini bases. Now the Chopper's on the hunt. Going to be taking down another Marine, or at least try to. Going to be gunning him down. Great start for Mike at the moment. There is the ram. Back up again. The Grunt actually clearing out the Sentinels for Hippy on his side. Chopper wiggle. Grunt squad. A second Chopper would have been nice, but we do have that armory coming up 5th from Mike Beaston. Another Marine falls. The Chopper is still alive. It is red bar though. Getting a barracks coming up for Nintendo Hippy. He got no power pickup. No power pickup at all. Mike gobbled all of it up. So the early chosen coming out, and he cannot upgrade his generator yet. Chosen is out. Mike now going to be clearing the Sentinels on his side of the map. He has 2 Grunts in the garrisons over there. This is looking very good for Mike right now. He took the double. Has a raid camp on the double. Did not take the 2 singles. Raid camp coming up. Hippy so far behind because of those power pickups. Cannot build snipers for the Chosen. Chosen is out. Going to be pathing over to the second power node while Mike picks up his first. Hippy also going to try and pick up 2 power nodes, clear out the garrison on his side with the Flamer. First sniper is about to roll out for him. Very sweet, baby. Mike Beaston looking in a prominent position to be able to do it. And what a cracking series it's been so far. Raid camp, some suicide grunts are going to be coming out. Snipers as well from Nintendo Hippy. He has 51 population to 19. That is a lot of units. The second gen coming up for Mike. Now he has the upgrade for the Chosen. He's going to be holding the high ground. I mean, we saw Almirante manage to beat Rock, I believe, on this map as UNSC versus Banished, and with Cutter as well, all he did was sit back, didn't take that Tech 1 engagement, and just build up until a perfect position where he could push with Cutter. And it looks like that's what Hippy's doing.
Exactly, that's exactly what Hippy's got to do. He can't take this engagement too early. And again, we're watching 2 of the best players here out of the 6 players here today. So we're watching some great micro. We shouldn't see too many mistakes with these suicides. Some nice splits, some great positioning with the snipers. And again, Hippy's just going to bounce back and forth, waiting for this ODST. He's got overqueued snipers at home. He's trying to fill up the best that he can here. He knows this engagement is coming pretty soon. And Mike still hasn't picked up that side mini. desperately trying to fill his population. He is floating a little bit of blue here, but he's got to take this engagement just as well because he will lose that Trox due to stuns and snipers.
Yeah, I mean, Hippy's halfway to ODST. Mike is ahead on leader points. He will get third point a lot earlier than him, but he's almost half population compared to Nintendo Hippy. 5 snipers pushing up to the middle now, and Mike's caught on the low ground right now. That is not where you want to be if these snipers manage to secure high ground.
Yeah, he's gonna get a garrison with one of those snipers. He's got to pop in there. He's gonna do it there. He's got enough Suis here. He doesn't have, only has 1 chopper for his stuns. The leader will slow. Let's see how this engagement goes down. Minus him down on the front end. Push him off.
Gonna jump on. What a jump that is. Holy crap.
That's countermeasures coming out of Mike Beaston there. Wants to fight T1.
That was a leap and a half. Mike can now go tech 2 while all of this is going on. He's going to clear out a sniper in the garrison, and Hippy's still on the low ground. Lost his vision up top. Going to have to back off now.
Really disappointed in how much he's floating here. He's barely queued up his T2 there. He still hasn't picked up that side mini. It looks like a lot of things for Mike to handle here, and he just doesn't want to be caught off guard with that Otis T that he knows he has in pocket.
So we have a raid camp coming up on the main base for Mike now. A turret and tech 2 on the way as Hippy swoops around to the right. Mike knows it's coming though. He's coming back.
Yeah, he's got a sword on home, and we don't see any mines. We see how fast these infantry units are. That's definitely going to be raid 2 coming out of Cutter.
There is the pre-splits as well from Hippy. Chopper actually going to pop out that line. The ODST online. Mike should have bulwark to try and counter that best he can. Hippy with 4 turrets on his main base.
he's got so many units, man. He's just, I mean, Mike cannot make a mistake here. He knows exactly what's coming, and it looks like Hippy's going to finally kind of push on up here. Again, these pre-splits are perfect. Doesn't have to worry about a beam just quite yet. But he's going to push onto this eco.
That's super annoying. The snipers in the garrison on Mirage. Very annoying as the push up to the main base comes. He's going to want to save the ODSTs for the army, for the fight. Don't want to use it on the base yet. And Mike's in the choke point right now. There he is! The Chosen dead. There's too many snipers. The bullet is going to go down. The snipers are grouped though. One shot could end their lives, but the Chosen does go down.
Oh, he's T2.
That's really rough. He gets T2, but he dies. And Hippy just took the perfect engagement, played to that win condition, and played it perfectly.
And then this is going to help Hippy beef back on up to. It's almost on his 4th point now with all this damage, all these units that he's
Archer
doing.
missile, strip the base, just like that. The game is over.
Yeah, he's got to keep crowding around these snipers in the garrison on the front half here to keep picking these counter units because nothing else can really find them. Countermeasures and a few rangers on the backside trying to clean that up, but this is a good push here coming out of Hippy. Now he's got to work on the eco. He traded a lot of the population, 54 versus 34 now, but again, those rangers are still going to be an issue if he doesn't try to take some map control back here.
He's about to get tech 2 himself. Did kill all of the army. I'm surprised Mike didn't resign.
Yeah, the auto button wasn't clicked accidentally. He's pushing back on up here. Still has some great map control. He still doesn't have his side mini, but he does have that top mini, which he has some racks. Rangers are coming out of it. More snipers out of Hippy here. He desperately needs some more snipers and the leader. Combat tech being researched on the back end, finally taking his node back here. Those countermeasure mines on there. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult, and Mike's pushing back on up with his T2 Trox.
Plasma Mines is back up for Mike. Hippy getting combat tech as he hits tech 2. Apex, airpad coming up, and an armory as well.
Yeah, again, that was countermeasures. That was a bulwark. Those were mines being set. So we know the padding that Mike's taking here. It's probably most likely going to be a beam here. I'm not sure we're going to see a teleport, but this is going to be an aggressive push with counter units. He does need the stuns. Needs some more brutes or some choppers on the front end here to be able to push. But Hippy's soaring around here. God, he's so fast.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're going to need teleport against Cutter. He's so fast, and the stuns, you just kind of need it to get out of there. Mike's leaving himself open here. I don't know why he pushed up when basically Cutter's main play here is to harass the shit out of your main base. One turret, and that's what's happening. He's just done a ring around the rosy. That's it. He's just gone all the way around. And Mike's just chasing him. Gotta play defensive.
That's amazing, like game sense coming out of Hippy here. He doesn't want to take the engagement on the units itself. Like you said, there's the archer missile. He's going to hurt the base. He's going to do some damage and run away.
That was a weird archer missile across the base like that. Normally you see it lengthways, but he takes the gem. Could have probably took the Harvester as well.
Not overstaying his welcome either, but he's going to be he's going to get picked off here by the Aatrox as the cause of slows. Nice splits there.
Oh, he's going to lose a lot here. Splits by Mike as well. The Rangers and the Chosen splitting to chase down this army.
Yep, and he's going to run into mines there back at the base.
I think he's going to lose everything.
Wow. Traded a gen for 15 Marines. Let's see if that's going to pay off. Got some Gales in the sky. Mike did challenge for his first respected node, which the Spartan is at.
Yeah, I mean, Mike has an expert up now as well. It's very rare you manage to secure an expert on Mirage. It's normally pretty difficult. Second gen coming back up, and a shield. If he can get a shield on the main base, he'll be comfortable to push out, because the gen won't hurt him too much because he already has the ranger count.
Yeah, and that was really hurtful for Hippy. He needed to hang on to that hot population so he didn't have to spend it on repopping as he's rounding the corner here for 5th boy. He does need that big drop, but that's going to set him back, and he needs to buy himself some more time. He needs to keep busy. And he continue doing exactly what he's been doing. Like you said, ring around the rosy, running around the map.
So why do you think nobody's picked up this side mini yet? We're 10 minutes into the game. It's not a high priority.
No, and that's Mike's strong side there. That's why he expoed there. He's not really worried about it.
Could have picked it up on the way, but I guess not. Wants that extra 200 blue in the pocket.
I think we might have seen countermeasures because Mike got that upgrade there. He's got a 58 population. Got a nice little bank sitting on it. He's trying to challenge for the nodes. Hippy's forced to be pumping a lot of Marines here. He did invest in the combat tech, but he's got to save up for that big drop, and looks like he's starting to do that now.
Yeah, Hippy sees the expert as well. He's going to put some damage on that. Might be able to kill it because Mike is all the way in the middle of the map. Out of position, and it's very difficult to chase a cutter down, as we just noticed.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Mike opted into expand all the way out here. He's had that top mini the entire game. Having that top mid control like that, it would have been easier to expo naturally up front there, but he chose it all the way out here. Now he's got to run over here to try to defend it and then chase cutter down. It's going to be pretty difficult. We're seeing a beam come down there.
A lot of Nightingales here. 2 of them should die to this beam. The Chosen here as well. Going to get stunned by the Spartan Slam. The ODST on top. Kind of did the combo the wrong way out. The Chosen will be able to get out of there. Drops 2 plasma mines as well. The Expert is going to be saved as the Apex comes up. And Hippy is going to back off. Good hold by Mike.
Great hold, but now he's got to chase cutter, who's going to probably push top middle. This expansion is way too far out of reach for him to try to defend at the same time. Hippy's coming back in for another fight. Feeling comfy with that big drop.
Big drop coming in, stuns the Chosen. That Chosen's dead. Bulwark comes down there.
Tank's going to make a massive difference, and so is the Spartan.
And the smoke as well. Great smoke on the army. 47 population there, 64. Dying Breath has come down on the army. He's going to get a lot of value from this, but he's choosing not to chase this. If he's going to chase there. Engineer shields now out. Base the weak. Good archer missile in the middle there. Oh, it's nasty. The Spartan Slam as well. No splits. That might have just changed this engagement entirely.
And I was completely wrong about pushing in here. Hippy knew exactly how to engage this, and he took it perfectly. Got a free Chosen, and then re-engaged here with that archer missile.
Yeah, the Expert's going to fall now. That turret's about to be upgraded. A second turret coming up, but it won't hold. The Expert is already half health. Chosen, still building on the main base. 30 seconds out. Not a lot of base damage though.
Mike's consistently rallying in units and just losing him here. I don't know if that's the play. He knows he's going to lose this. It is more of an eco base. There's only 1 production building on it. Didn't commit to a shield gen or anything on it, so he's kind of got to leave this here for Hippy to look at as he tries to repopulate. But again, he's just stringing in units, fighting a fully healed Spartan here with a couple of counter units on the back end.
Engineer, 10 seconds out. Can it save the base? Not too sure. Mike rallying everything over here. The Chosen still not out at his main base, but Hippy should be able to kill this base.
Yeah,
Focusing the army first.
Whatsoever. Yeah, and these expensive units here. He's losing a lot of counter units, and it's definitely not worth it. And I remember when Mike coached me a long time ago, he said, if it's not worth it, it's not worth it.
And Mike is going to resign. That is it. Nintendo Hippy is your winner. 3-2. Against Mike Beaston. He's going to progress to the semi-finals to play against Admiration in the rematch on the group stages where he lost 1-2. Actually, the only person to beat Admiration in the game so far.
It's just so confusing. It is so confusing watching Nintendo Hippy completely get slapped by Hero Absolution last weekend, and then he shows up here to be able to contest not Admiration. He lost to Hero, and then today he gets contested with Admiration and knocks out Mike Beaston here.
I mean, he brought his A game today. You said it yourself on tournament day. You never know which hippie's going to turn up. Is it the drunk hippie? He was drunk last weekend when he was playing. That could have been why he lost to Hero. I mean, if you look at the games that he took against Hero, he went Colony Raid first in game number 1 and just lost it quite easily. It was a bit of a troll in that game, and he ended up losing 4-2. So he could have quite easily won last week. And lucky for him that Hero dropped out, because now he gets a spot in the tournament, and now he's in the semi-finals.
That's